God damn it, gamer. G'day, you dunce. Jeez, McCory, still late. Oof. How are we all? H-Hives, Gamer, Doctor, how are yous? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Mark, what up? Sad, but my original Aussie vinyl went up in value. Yeah. Yeah, it's a sad day for sure. Sad day for sure. G'day, Razor. How are you? Late at 40 seconds. Hey, that's 40 seconds late. That's all. I'm negative time, yet still late. What? But yes. Unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Damn, Aussie. I was about to tell you if you didn't hear. Oh, I heard. Yeah. It was like the first thing I saw when I woke up this morning. It's, yeah. Wondered why he was trending. That'd be why. That would be why. Didn't really listen to his music, but I know him from actors playing him in shows. Yep. Just remember that guy lived a hell of a life. That's true. That's true. He had an epic life. Like, so much. He did so much. Had so much fun. But yeah, it happens. Wonder, he's earned a little rest. Just a little rest. Like, I mean, it is Aussie. For all we know, he could be back in 3 days. Yeah. He's, Jesus Christ, exactly. Exactly. The true Messiah. The Prince of Darkness indeed. Alright, but we must continue making things. So we'll continue with these behavior trees today. And I got no idea what we're doing. But yeah. What's your... I want people's Aussie songs. Your favorite song of Aussie. Yeah. It can be a Black Sabbath song. Doesn't just have to be an Aussie song. Yeah. 30 seconds left on our ads. 100% my favorite is War Pigs. Nice. Nice. That's a good one. Rob mine too. That's a decent one.
And there was much rejoicing.
The ads are over. Yay. Alright. Alright. Time to move to behavior trees. So. Started making our behavior trees last night. We need to figure out how to actually do it. Because we have NPC there. If we go... Oh, let's set this as a node. That's right, I need to rename this, don't I? Because currently it's walk to store. I think this should probably be like move. Yeah. I'll set that up to be a move to. Move to target. Any other Aussie songs that people are fans of? Mine's pretty much anything from Black Sabbath. Like pretty much anything. All right. So move to target. No, we'll have this as a class name. No, I'm not going to bother setting up a class name for it. The only song I know is the one he made with Post Malone. Well, you have a lot of Aussie to listen to. You have a lot of Aussie to listen to. He was around so long, he created metal music and did a song with Post Malone. You know what? I'm surprised. So, I think it would have been amazing if Weird Al and Ozzy Osbourne had have done a song together. They did an interview. Like, Weird Al interviewed Ozzy Osbourne in 92. It has melodic references to Black Gold. Mama, I'm Coming Home by Ozzy Osbourne. Okay. The Nights, there was a single released by Weird Al, The Night Santa Went Crazy, which has references to Ozzy Osbourne songs. Good. Alright, anyway. Let's try and get our mind onto something not quite so sad. Alright, so behavior trees. Let's see if we can do it. Oh, yeah, I should probably turn off emote only for kick too, hey? I keep forgetting to do that. Okay. We have, it evaluates, it gets the target, sets the nav agent target. Now what we need is, let's get this. I could take these lines and take this. I don't think there's anything else we need, is there? So, what would be our error case here? That's what we can do. You can return running. We can go, if the NPC nav agent targets, no, is target reached, or is navigation finished, then what we can do here is return status success. NPC. NPC. Let's see. NPC and down here. Why do behavior trees have to be so difficult? Actually, yeah, that's right. One of the things I was reading was Ozzy was doing a concert like a week ago, wasn't he? Like, that's impressive. It was his farewell concert. Yeah. 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 He had, what was it that he had? He said he had one more to do. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. He had Parkinson's too. Yeah. Why implementing behaviors over a more generic go-to location? So our NPC is very simple in their logic compared to other games. So I've never made a behavior tree before. So I think having something that's simple that could be implemented by a plain state machine type of setup is a good introduction to behavior trees. It's going to make it easier to implement the behavior tree than getting to a complex scenario in a future game and trying to create a complex behavior tree as my first one. So that's the first reason I'm doing this as a behavior tree, because it's an easing into behavior trees. then, like, this is what our NPCs will do. So there's like walk to the store, which will be a part of this move to target thing. The target will be, I can probably get rid of this. I can probably get rid of that and take these 5, go into NPC, and under setup nav, I could do behavior tree context set target, and we set that to a vector 3 sort of thing. So over here we don't need that anymore. I need to update this as well. So yeah, our NPC will walk to the store. There will be a node that checks if, like, when they reach this target position sort of thing, there will be a node that does a check, which will be like, should I enter the store? Like, is the store open? If the store's open, then it goes, like, am I entering the store? Is the store open? Yes. Am I going in? Yes. All right, enter the store. And then he walks in. If it's, is the store open, but I'm not going in, then just continue walking past as a normal NPC sort of thing, like a regular person on the street. And then there's, if the store's closed, they just keep walking past. If they get scared by a bobblehead at any point in time, then the behavior tree detects that and throws them into the scared state sort of thing. Or throws them into the logic of like dropping their items and running out of the store. Browse shelf is another one. So once they've entered the store, they walk up to a shelf, they browse the shelf. After a certain amount of time, they might grab an item, they might move to another shelf, or they might just leave the store, all that kind of stuff. What up, Fira? How are you doing? We are implementing a simple behavior tree, which is being complicated. That is what we are doing. Oof, indeed. But how are you doing? Never used behavior tree yet? Yeah. Just find something simple that you can do as a general state machine, and do it as a behavior tree. It's a good introduction to it. Not too complicated. Not gonna leave you scratching your head for weeks on end. Yeah. Pretty good. Just got back from my friends watching UFC. Ooh, who was the title fight? The last time I was actually like watching UFC, there were people like George St. Pierre and Mark, whatever his name is. I think it was Mark. It was those kinds of people. Dustin Poirier against Max Holloway. Nice. It was Poirier's retirement fight. Very nice. Those were legends. Yeah. Like, I think at one point St. Pierre held like 3 UFC titles or something. It was just like, God damn. That guy can. Oof. What up, Pepper? Why we Sag? Why we Sag? Why we Sag? This why we Sag. Yeah. Much Sag today. Oh, actually, you know what? What a way to go, though. Rocking the mic one last time. Exactly. Exactly. This actually reminds me. Stream Tunes have a rock. Okay. Pop this on as our background music. What up, Sonic? G'day, you giddunt. How are ya? I got Chillblains coming back too. What have you been up to, Sonic? If that's what you're referring to, Sonic. Yeah. Didn't know, it was really sad. Yep. Finally went off the rails on that crazy train for the last time. This should be context get target. If nav agent target position context get target context has target. There we go. There we go. Didn't they have a great concert where many stars came to show respect? He's been doing concerts lately. He's been doing a ton of concerts. Let's see. So he did his final concert in Birmingham. I don't know who was there. I think you're referring to his final goodbye show that he did. Yeah. Yeah. His final goodbye show like a while back. Everybody was there. Yeah, exactly. Even Jack Black did a cover. Yeah. Rockstar dying at 76 is kind of amazing. Is it? It's like, don't... Like, a lot of them... Like, a lot of the English ones, anyway. A lot of them, like, keep going sort of thing. Yeah. Rolling Stones are an ancient. Like, Mick Jagger's 81. Like, that guy's just not going anywhere. I don't do half the coke they did. Not sure if I'll live that long. That's fair. We're not superhuman like them, you know. What up, Giddy? How are you? How's things? Alright. Yeah, I want people to tell me. So Sonic and Giddy, I want you to tell me your favorite Aussie song. Your favorite Ozzy Osbourne song. Even from when he was in Black Sabbath. Yeah. They are genius. They should live forever. Well, I mean, technically they will. Yeah. And Junkie. Not really a fan. That's fine. That's all good. Don't remember the name of the song. Well, I'm trying to implement a behavior tree. So, yeah. I'm trying to think of the best way to set it up. Recognize his greatness, though? Oh, yeah. Let's see. I think the song is actually called Junkie. Yeah. Yeah. The song is actually called Junkie. Let's see. Behavior, export NPC. So if we have this assigned to here, yo, move to store. It's you. And then so if we do that, the first thing the NPC does is move to target. Status error. Can you explain what a behavior tree is? It's a way to implement decision logic for NPCs. So it's a little bit. It's kind of like an extension to a decision tree. So, for example, you've got your base node types, which are... so you've got your behavior tree. Oops. You've got this. This is just your base behavior node. It's got your status. All of your nodes will have one of these 3 statuses. They'll either be running, or they will have completed successfully, or they would have completed with an error. So a fail state. So you also implement this evaluate function for all of your behavior nodes, because this is what does the logic. Evaluate does the logic. In the behavior tree, it has a context, and this context is what's passed between all the states. So, for example, in my game, in the context, I would hold reference to what items the NPC has, how much money the NPC has, in order for them to purchase stuff. If they have been scared, what their satisfaction level in the store is, if they were happy with the experience, or if they had a negative experience, and all that kind of stuff. And then that allows me to do things with when they're picking bobbles, I can check how much money they have and go, does the current amount of items you've selected exceed that or whatnot. And then I can use that to determine if they're paying cash or card at the register. And if they get scared by a bobblehead, I can have them drop all the items that they've already picked up. When they finish in the store after purchasing something or being scared, they can leave a review based on their satisfaction level. Will depend on what the review is. And this has a root node, which is a repeater. So you can see in here, the physics process calls the root node evaluate every physics process for me, because I don't want movement tied to frame rates. G'day, Bucky, you dunt. Thank you for the resub. Look at that, 8 months. Oh, you're beautiful, Bucky. You're on an 8-month streak. Love it. Love it. Also, Bucky, I have been trying.
Hello, how are you?
I have been trying to make this video entertaining, but I just can't. So I think what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to save Brutalist Architecture for a future video and go with an easier topic. Something that is just by default entertaining, so that I can build up my entertainment value over time. And then once I've got more experience making videos, then I can go back to Brutalist Architecture. So I'm thinking the first video I'll do might be on horror. So, that's a good one. Also consider that you're more critical about your entertainment value than other people will be. That's true. That's true. It's very, very true. So with this, just got to get a video out. Yeah, exactly. For this, we have the physics process. We have it evaluating the root repeater every physics process. The root repeater just constantly evaluates this node here. And this node here can be whatever behavior you want it to be. And then it returns the status running, like always. This just is constantly running. And then for me, I've got a sequence here. And this sequence, what it does is it's got an array of nodes and a current index. I'm not sure if I'll need this current index, but I have it there for now, just as an easy implementation. When we reset the sequence, we reset the current index. When it evaluates, it checks to make sure that there are nodes assigned. If there aren't, then it just returns out. Otherwise, it gets the node, evaluates, and then based on that node's response status is what it returns. If the node succeeded, then it moves on to the next state. If the node returned running, then... like, if the node returned success, but it's not the last node, then we increase the index and we return status, sort of thing. If the node returns running, then we just return running, because the node that we're using. So for in this case here, in this sequence here, move to store will be the NPC spawns in, it moves to the store. After this sequence, it will have another check. What up, David? How are you? It'll have another node that it will run after this, which will be, checking if the store is open. If the store's closed, then it will go to, so it'll have a succeed error sort of thing. And then that will kind of cause a branch, if you know what I mean. I don't know how I'm going to implement that, to be honest, because I guess what I'd have... Actually, let me double check something. If it doesn't have a target, it returns status error. And the sequence resets. I guess what I can do is context set target to NPC global position. So I guess I can do that. If we don't have a target, set the target to this. No. That's gonna cause a problem if we leave it like this. Just Jane, what up? I was thinking about using Godot for my next project. I also use NeoVim. Is it straightforward to configure NeoVim for a good Godot experience? It is generally straightforward. If you have set up anything before with NeoVim, so I'll show you mine. I use LazyVim, so LazyVim is very pre-configured. All I've done is I've set up my own color scheme, so you can ignore plugins. You don't need to worry about that. This is all default stuff. inside my init lua, I have added this line here. So I configure lazy, and then I run after. I was lazy with Vim as well. Nice. So I've got this. I call after, and that just goes into here. And now I've got this init that does the require after LSP, after DAP, and after tree sitter. What tree sitter does is it sets up this stuff. So it allows me to have some GD scripts and GD shader stuff and whatnot. And then the LSP is very straightforward. This here is stuff that I found online. So if you Google Godot NeoVim or GD script NeoVim, you'll be able to find stuff that shows you this. But all it has, it's got a variable to say if the folder that we're in is a Godot project, and what the project path is, and it gets the current working directory as well. So we loop over all of the keys and values inside the current node, like current node and one node up sort of thing. We check if the current working directory with that path has project.godot, which is just the Godot project file. If it does, we say, yes, this is a Godot project, and we say this is the Godot project path. And then down here, we check, we have a value for is the server running, which checks if this server.pipe file exists. And this server.pipe file is what NeoVim and Godot will use to communicate with each other. And then we do this check. If it's a Godot project and the server is not running, we create that server. So we do this server start with the Godot project path and the server.pipe file. And if it is a Godot project, we call the LSP config GD script setup. Now that's something that's default. Like, you shouldn't need to do anything. That should just be something that exists inside the LSP config. And then you've also got this after.keymap. That's something that I've set up. And we run this command for let nerd tree ignore the server pipe and anything with a UID. This key map here just allows me to toggle on, like toggle and delete and find breakpoints. That's all that does. You don't need this. I don't like using NeoVim for the debugger. Using the Godot editor for debugging is just much better in my experience. And then DAP. This is how we connect to the debug adapter. Very simple. It's just, it's a server type, it's on localhost, and it's on this port. That's all you need, is these 6 lines here. This here is if you want to launch the project from NeoVim and run the debugger in NeoVim. So that's all this is. So that's all there is to it. And you can double check those values inside the editor network debug adapter. You'll have your port number here. And under the language server, you also have its port number there. And the last thing you need to do, Jane, is under text editor, you go to external, you tell it to use NeoVim. You need to set up this. So you tell it what the server is, the current project, and the server.pipe file. And then you've got this remote send. And this is basically telling Godot to send these flags, like send stuff into this server.pipe file. And then NeoVim reads that and goes, okay, so we need to like open this file onto this line number, for example. That there, probably better to go online for it than to read this stuff. But yeah, that stuff should be very easy to find online. That's where I got it from, so. I know it's out there. I know it exists. Good old water. I love water. Goose fat, what up? Don't even know what the debug in NeoVim looks like. It's not good. It's not good. Also, if you're using a tiling window manager, you probably don't want to do it anyway. So, yeah. Goose is late. The goose is not loose. The goose is indeed late. It's really a pity. Didn't really think about it. Oh, good morning, Atticus. How are you doing? Didn't really think about it, the debug. Yeah. Honest, it's better to just run it through here. If I was doing some C++ stuff, or some Rust stuff, or some Go stuff, and whatnot, then I'd use the NeoVim debugger. Like, I'd just debug inside NeoVim. Gonna have to go. Cup of tea and breakfast. Breakfast. Godot Rust bindings are waiting for you. No. So, Pepper, I have this thing. I don't like to use plugins or third-party supported bindings for scripting in Godot, just because I'm then reliant on people to update those bindings and keep them valid for the newer versions of Godot. Whereas if it stops getting supported, then it becomes something I have to maintain myself if I want to use the up-to-date versions of Godot. So I was like, I'll use whatever the engine officially supports, because then I don't have to worry about it not being... I don't have to worry about it not being supported in the next release. Like Godot 4.5, that's gonna have GD script. Godot 4.6, that's gonna have GD script. All that kind of stuff. Asked the wrong time before. Any progress on the new video idea? Yes. So yesterday I started planning it out, what it would be and whatnot. We did some gameplay last night of the Giggleland demo, which is a horror game that's coming out. It's got some interesting mechanics and stuff in it, so I'll be able to use some clips of that as well for the horror stuff. Today, I'm going to make like another 4 shorts this afternoon, so that way I have shorts scheduled for the next 7 days, and I'm gonna be filming all of the horror video stuff over the next 5 days or so. before I start making more shorts. And yeah, then I'll be able to get that done. Have you got any more from that stop motion game? Stop motion game. Stop motion game. Stop motion. Or bend over backwards and into a pretzel if it means not using Pythonic syntax. That's fair. That's fair. You made a short about the place where it was all heads in the game. Oh, that was the Midnight Walk. The Midnight Walk, where everything was claymation, like the entire environment and whatnot was clay, and they just had 3D scans of all of it. Yeah. That game we finished. Like, we completed that game. There's a bunch of stuff up there. Does that have any useful stuff for the video? I mean, it could. I don't view that game as a horror game. That game's just more of like a story game with weird things in it. To me, like when I think of horror, I don't think of things that are like cartoony or claymation stuff. Like, I think of things like Giggleland, Nightmare Before Christmas will like a word with you, but that's not horror. Like, that's just got weird characters in it. Like, if the characters didn't behave silly, then yes, it would be horror. But because all the characters behave silly, it's like, yeah, it's a fun little movie. And if you still won't watch it because it's too scared at 11. But that's the interesting thing about it. Horror doesn't have to be gory. Oh, I don't consider gore to be horror. I don't consider the Saw movies to be horror. I don't consider the Hostel movies to be horror. I don't consider Human Centipede to be horror. All of those are thriller movies. Like, none of those are horror. Like, and that's kind of some of the stuff I'm gonna go over in the video. Is like, you know, these things aren't horror. They're there for shock value, to make you go, ugh. But it's not there to make you like go, ah. You know. Everything in Hostel and Saw would make you go, ugh. But it wouldn't make you go, oh my god, I'm scared for my life, sort of thing. You know? Maybe the video can just be a long argument about what is and isn't horror. It's gonna focus more on how horror is done in video games currently, and why it's difficult. Why it's difficult to do anything that is true horror and not just jump scares. Yeah, because most things that are horror these days are just jump scares. Yeah, that's pretty much all it is. Like, some people are like walking down a street, and then all of a sudden, there's like something jumps out in front of them. They're like, ah! It's cheap horror. Yeah, never really been into horror games. That's fine. Yeah. But yeah, it's... is this everything that we need? What up, Langos? How are you doing? What have you been working on? Resident Evil 1 and 2 were the only ones I've ever really felt scared while playing. I'm the guy who talks... talks his ass off when watching these movies. Talks his ass off. I'm the guy who talks his ass off when watching these movies. So effing annoying. That would be. Nothing? You haven't been doing anything of late? You just been relaxing? Nothing? Yeah? That's fair. Let me think. And my Linux broke. How'd your Linux break? Oxinom. Why sad? Because of that. It's a sad day. Well, I think Atticus just found out. This is an advert. This is an adventure about to happen. Yeah. The Linux side of things is definitely interesting. But yes, we are trying to make a thing. If I have moved to target, what would the next thing be? I could have another sequence. I think I need something to branch. So it needs to... We have move to store. When they get to the store, I need it to determine if they are going to go in or if they're going to keep walking past. Muting you and listening to Aussie, I'm sorry. That's fine. You do you. I could have a jump node. Linux just became 3 times slower to boot. And for some reason, only my VGA screen works on it. I have 2 screens, a VGA one, it integrated, and HDMI and GPU. It sounds like your GPU, your graphics card, is gone. Sounds like your driver isn't working. Why sad day? Because of that. Linux just became 3 times slower to boot, yeah. Why do you have one monitor off your integrated and one off your GPU? I feel you would want to have all of it done. I feel you'd want to have all of it done as part of GPU. You know? Now, if you analyze this, if you only got one sort by a splitter, it wouldn't even be that. Alright, I need to get a coffee, so we're going to put up the words here, and I will be back once I have my coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. Alright. BRB, y'all.
and there was much rejoicing.
I'm back. Dev House! Good day, you good dunce. How are yous doing? What were you up to today? Let me pause that and move off. Hello, hello! I've just gotten myself a coffee. Hola, Ian. How are you doing? What were you doing today, Dev? Just came from character modeling. Ooh, nice. Nice. Are you doing like some in-depth character stuff? Are you doing some low poly character stuff? What's your style? Welcome in, y'all. If you don't know me, I'm HypnotiK. I've got this mustache, which is why everyone's here. No one comes to watch me, they just come to look at the mustache. That's it. And we're making a Bobble Shop Simulator. And I'm currently working on our NPC state machines. Well, not state machines, behavior trees. We're making a behavior tree for our NPCs. Don't forget the beard. Yeah, the beard's secondary to the mustache. Starters ahead. Now people only come for the stash. Yep. Very true. Very, very true. I know almost nothing about NPCs too. Low poly, simple shapes for the style. Nice. Nice. I've gotten really into low poly games of late. Like, there's something great about an in-depth 3D game with low poly. Too bad, Goose. It's winter. The rain's gonna come whether you want it or not. Yeah, we're rolling our own behavior tree. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. Trying to figure out what to do next with it. Because we have implemented our move to store inside our sequence. And I really need something. I think I might need like a selector, maybe. Maybe. Behavior tree, Godot. I feel... what are the NPCs going to be able to do? They'll be able to just like walk past the store. There's like a random, just don't care, they're not interested sort of thing. They'll be able to enter the store, browse the stock that you have available. They'll decide if they're going to take items, if they're going to purchase them, if they're going to leave the store, if they want to sell something to the player, or if they want to get the player to repair something, or if they want to buy like a secret item type of thing. they will be able to get scared because occasionally our bobbleheads come to life. So, and that will scare the NPCs. Hello, Twig. How are you doing? So yeah, there's a lot of different stuff that they'll be doing. Took a break from messing with Proxmox to work on a game. Nice. But yeah, trying to figure out this next part of the machine, because after we've moved to the front of the store, what I need to do is decide if they're going to go into the store and browse, potentially purchase, or if they're going to continue walking past and not worry about the store. So obviously it's not going to be one sequence of events. I would need to have like a branch sort of thing. So maybe maybe a node that determines maybe a node that determines if they are going. Hang on. Let me double check something here. Where's a selector node? Sequence. Every node should have a successful status. If one node fails, it returns an error, and the sequence also returns an error. If any of its child nodes return successful status, then it returns successful status. Random selector, as the name suggests, selects a random child node, evaluates its results until one of them succeeds. Will not cover them in this tutorial. So I advise you to try to create it by yourself. I'm wondering if we do a random selector. Or if I add a... Should we have a... Like, should the node be a branch node or a random selector? And, like, have the random selector go, I am picking one of these things. Out of curiosity, how's the learning curve on Godot? Pretty comfortable in Unity and Unreal. If you're comfortable with Unity and Unreal, the learning curve with Godot is not that much for you. Not that much at all. Godot has C#, so you'll be able to use Godot with C#. Since you've already got that Unity experience and you're already familiar with C#, it cuts out the coding learning curve for you. The only thing you need to get used to is Godot's classes and conventions. That's it. And then the only other thing you need to get used to is, instead of having objects and assigning components to those objects to give them functionality, you have scenes and nodes, where the scene is essentially a collection of nodes, and each node does different stuff. So if you can get your head around nodes, which you will be able to, I can tell you that much, it's very easy. Very easy, Dev. You'll be able to do it easy. I don't know where it goes, but you can have it there unless you want me to change it. What is that? Oh, that's a circuit board. Flip flop. Oh, okay. What are you making? That looks like a horrible circuit. Gotta be honest, I haven't used the class feature in Godot. I low-key forgot about it. You're talking about the class name? Like, creating this stuff? do 4-bit counter, since the way with only 3 flip-flops won't work. I use class name, just not the class keyword itself. I don't think it has. Oh, snap, it does. Okay. Ah, yeah, so you'd use class if you want to create your own custom object, sort of thing, I guess. Like, that would be if you wanted to create something that does all of its own independent bits and pieces. But you'd probably... I can't imagine you'd ever want to use class on its own. The furthest I would go in Godot is using... like extending ref counted. Or extending ref. So that way Godot can clean it up and all that kind of stuff. When it's no longer used or referenced or in the tree type stuff. Yeah. That's how I'd do it. What up, Sammy? How are you doing? Doing amazing. Thank you. How are you? As good as can be. As good as can be after Aussie. Alright, so we have behavior. I can close that out. I still don't know what to do with this decision. It's been a good day. And it's good to have a good day. Nice. Nice. It is good to have a good day, isn't it? It's much better when your day is a good day. I will say, I think everyone would prefer for their day to be a good day. Yeah. I don't know anyone that would want to have a bad day instead of a good day. Yeah. If you find one, let me know. Let me know. Where are we? I'm just quickly having a look for something. I don't think I can find one though. Don't think I can find one. Ah, cool. All right, so the car needs I hate it though. What the frick speech to text? That's not what I said. I would imagine that's not what you said because that doesn't make any sense. That was nonsense. Okay. So the player has walked to the store. This returns a success because navigation has finished. Hi-lo. So we need to check if the store is open. You're back. Welcome back, Oxynom. I hope it was good. We need to check if the store is open and check if the NPC will enter the store. Look how nice and neat it is, except for the bit absolutely cray. It was very well structured. I'll give you that. G'day, Oxy. It was structured nicely. Head out, need to train tomorrow. Ooh, nice. Have a good one, Fira. Thanks for stopping by. What's the song? They're all songs from Stream Tunes. This is Take a Stroll. Take a Stroll by Stream Tunes. It's on their rock. There you go. This one is Canadia by Stream Tunes. By Shred on Stream Tunes. This is their DMCA safe music. I'd like to speak to its manager. It was horrid. Okay. I'm trying a different playlist rather than always playing the lo-fi playlist. Like, switch into their rock playlist for a bit. Not all of the songs are gonna be amazing, but yeah. Behavior trees, that's right, Snippy. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. You are, Gabriel. For my game, I'm using the utility AI approach. It produces some wild results. Interesting. I'm trying to implement some very specific functionality. So, yeah. I also figure this is a fairly straightforward and simple implementation for a behavior tree. It's not complex, so it's not going to cause me issues with trying to create some stuff. So I'm just wondering if I create a node. Have you implemented behavior trees before? I have not. I have not implemented behavior trees before. Got to head out. Wishing you a good stream and a great day. Thank you very much, Dev. I hope you have a great remainder of whatever your time zone is. Thank you very much for the raid. You're a legend. You're an honorary Gedunt for the raid. Get ready for school. Have a good one, Goose. I have a weird setup with multiple behavior trees. One for the goal, one solely for movement, one for aim point. Yeah. You might like that route in certain cases. So to me, having multiple behavior trees, it defeats the purpose of a behavior tree. What you're essentially doing there is you're creating a state machine out of behavior trees. You have a behavior tree to complete the goal. You have a behavior tree for the movement. You have a behavior tree for aiming, for the aim point, and stuff like that. All of that you can do just as like different states in a state machine. That's what it sounds like to me. Like, I obviously haven't seen your setup and stuff like that. I've been trying to work on my interaction system with the player and objects. Create an interaction manager. What I did is set up interaction managers. And then under all of the things that I want to be interactable, I create this stuff. So this is interact data, which says what action the interaction is linked to, what text it should display on screen, what icon it should display on screen, what the interactable object is. So the interactable object that handles this action, where it appears on the screen, what its priority is. So if you're looking at two things that have an interaction for the same action, then it goes, all right, which one has the higher priority? This one has higher priority, so I'm going to display that one. And the other one, that's not used. And I do that for everything. Like, you can have multiple as well, so add money and remove money. This, when you're looking at this, you can add, you have two things that pop up in your menu. So you go in here, you got checkout. What have I changed? Have I changed anything in that? I don't think I have. That's weird. Game state, player state, machine, switch states. That was working yesterday. Huh. You know what? We gotta do it easier. Something that's a lot faster. Interesting that that worked yesterday, but it's not working today. There we go. Hypno, random question. Shoot. What's the question? What the hell? Huh? That was working yesterday. What the fuck? It's hitting it. This is the most confusing thing ever. Why did this break? I haven't touched the player at all. Check out interact. That's fine. Why has this broken? Switch state. Okay. Maybe it's that. It shouldn't be that. So it's not that. What the hell? Is it failing to find your game manager? No, it's not. Do you know of a way to use Twitcher to auto refund redeems? You could set up a button which refunds us like everything of a specific redeem. So Twitcher just implements all of the where are we? So Twitcher just implements all of the API calls in here. So if you go to reference, all of these things here, you'd be able to set up something that hooks into, where is it? Where's the redeem stuff? It'll be somewhere around here. Let's see. Update redemption status. There you go. So updates a redemption status. You may update a redemption only if its status is unfulfilled. The app used to create the reward. Yeah. So, you know, you'd send through a status cancelled. And this will be part of the Twitcher API. So if you do Twitcher REST or Twitcher.api or whatever it is, there should be a function similar to update redemption status. So you would need to do something like you request all redemptions of a specific type, and then like for a specific redemption ID or something, and then you loop over all the results and throw it out. Like tell all of them to cancel, sort of thing. Or you can set up some logic that automatically cancels them. Yeah. No sad. Yes, Dev. Yes, sad. Yes, sad. How are you doing, Ryan? How's things? Shout out to Ryan. Amazing pixel art. Absolute amazing pixel art. And building a game using SDL. Oh. Absolute legend. I'm sad now. That's why. That's why it's a sad day. Yeah. This is why we dev, to get our mind off the bad, all right? Hypno just breaking the news to everyone. Yep. Which is surprising. Like, I woke up this morning and the first thing I saw was that. Just gonna backseat your code. Generals gathered in their masses. I know, right? And Dev is always amazing for getting off the sad, honestly. It forces your mind to focus on other stuff, which is good. Well, I mean, not if that's only, like, the only thing you're doing. Yeah. What's the task today? We're setting up behavior trees. But for some reason, stuff on my player has broken. Yeah. I don't know why. It just moves the SAD to your code, honestly. It was announced about 6 hours ago. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever can break will break. That's true. That's true. Very, very true. But yeah, I've been working on my NPCs to have my NPCs do, like, use behavior trees. And for some reason, that's broken my player interacting with the cash register. And I don't know why. It just doesn't make sense. When I interact with this, it should tell the player to switch into a purchase state. If I go up into the player's state, we go check out. The state for this is purchase. We know that this gets hit. We already printed and saw this getting hit. Where's the toggle open? That's probably what the issue is. That's probably it. There we go. Then you look down here. Add the money. Like, as you remove it, it all moves back. Nice. Cool. That's working still. There we go. Does anything need to be made unique? No. No. It only took me 2 hours, but I finally got my weird version of interaction system set up. Nice. Nice. I can close this stuff out now. Back to our behavior tree. So what I'm looking for, I'm trying to figure out what the next stage of this behavior tree should be. So we have our sequence. The first thing is the move to store. So it starts walking to the store. The NPC starts heading towards the store. I need something after that to check if they are entering the store. Ooh, that's what we could do. That's what I can do. It's funny every time I hit enter on any stream with a maybe suggestion. The streamer like you just did go, oh, that's probably it. So what we need, Razor, is for you to just make suggestions constantly. Just constantly. And then I will never get stuck. I will never get stuck. You do not matter in the slightest. That's true. That's true. That's true. A very quick, but it's super important PSA. Keeping us grounded, Bucky. Keeping us grounded, keeping us solid. So the next thing we could do would be a new behavior for getting the next target. This can extend behavior. Starting to think there's some conspiracy afoot. I'm back. What have I missed? Me being stuck. That's all you've missed. There's a little lake between the road. There's always a lake between the road, Goose. Thank you for the hydrate there, Doctor. Keeping me healthy. Yep. Oh. What we can do, set up the evaluate with context dictionary and a status that returns status success, that sort of thing. Now in here we would need to provide our logic. So in here we'll have sort of like an if else if tree sort of thing. So it'll be if the player has entered this, or if the player is entering the store. Actually, if context gets leave store, this is a bad song. I'm not liking the music having lyrics. We're gonna change to some chiptune. I'm gonna change over to some chiptune. Good old chiptune. Let me. What was? Let's see. When looking for chill music to listen, I like to go for lo-fi hip-hop. That's the thing, Doctor. I don't want to just have the same lo-fi playlist playing every stream. I want to mix it up so that it's not like it doesn't get to a point where it's annoying. So, yeah. Because it doesn't matter how good the music is. If you listen to it every day for 10 hours, it's gonna get annoying. So breaking it up with other stuff is... It helps. Yeah, it helps. So if...
You're good don't.
You're a good don't. You're a good don't. Context get leaving store. So if leaving store is true, then no. If context get leaving store, what I can do I don't think I want that either. So if navigation is finished and the context get leaving store is true, then what I want to do is I want to go NPC queue free. That's what I want to have happen. I want the NPC to be queue freed and for this all to stop. Yeah. So now I don't need anything in here for that. Because we don't need to get another target or anything after that. In here, we want to get the next target, which will... what if context gets into store. Sizzler! G'day, you get on? How are you?
Morning. Why is it a sad day?
You don't know? You don't know? How are you, Lupo? Going through all the issues I've had with the Minecraft mod and refining things. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, that's why it's a sad day.
Don't know the dude.
You don't know Ozzy Osbourne? Fair enough. Didn't know what kind of music? Rock, metal type stuff. Or more what would be classed today as rock than anything else. Makes the day double sad. I know, right? So context, if the context enter store, I've been doing a computer mod. Yes, the first mod I'm making. I'm somehow making progress on it. That's good. That's good. Context get browsing. I need to get rid of this. I think street is the one that's being used now. I know. You're in navigation region 3D though. This thing. Don't worry about that later. I need to write a compiler for the assembly language, but I don't want to. That's going to make it difficult.
Ed is the best.
Ed's not the best. I was looking at using LLVM for the syntaxing, but it takes like half an hour to build. This is
Hypno is the best game dev.
I mean, I'm the best game dev on this stream. That's for sure. Yep. That doesn't include chat, of course. Like, just out of all the people that are visible right now on the stream, I'm the best game dev. Oxy, why do you keep misspelling?
Hypno is the best game dev, making a bobblehead sim.
That's true. Hypno, the first octuple A solo dev, so... Not octuple A, quadruple A. Quadruple A. Why do I keep saying octuple A? Oh my god. 4 A's is quadruple, not octuple. Oh damn. I'm about to make a drinking game for every time Oxynom misspells announcer. You're gonna be passed out in 20 minutes, Sizzler. Sometimes a Big Mac just hits the spot. That's true. That's very, very true. I'm not worthy. More like 20 seconds since I don't drink.
Boo this man!
Boo yourself. Or context get enter store. Game state. You do not matter in the slightest. Very, very true, Lupo. This is very, very true. Set target.
Oxyonomicals, my film comes out 1054321. Ha ha ha. You didn't think sad depression hide in my whole sad MANCAVE style.
What? Oh, I love it. I love it. Love when all capitals gets read out one letter at a time. That's perfect.
Announcer, I did not understand a gosh darn thing you just said.
What was your first game engine? The first game engine I used, this was back in like 2014. That was Unity. And then sometime around 2018, 2019, I tinkered with Unreal Engine 4.
Announcer can't spell man cave.
No. Announcer just proved, Ed, that they can spell man cave.
Oxyonomicals, my film comes out 10-5-4-3-2-1 IGIVW up, it can't say 10.
Announcer proved they can spell man cave. They just can't pronounce it. They can't say man cave. They can only spell it.
DKFKDFGJKLDFGJJKDGJ.
MANCAVE, man cave, man cave.
Shit, I didn't mean to. That's alright, Oxy. That's why I have the stop command. Thought I was saying something else. I have no idea. Like, that looks like you've just gone along the home row a few times. I just love my US keyboard layout, not an English one. I hate this crap.
Hypnot 131 lick.
Then after Unreal, you went with Godot. I kind of went back and forth for a little bit, just tinkering every so often with Unity and Unreal. And about 2 years ago is when I first tinkered with Godot. And then when I decided I was going to start streaming, I figured I may as well do game dev on stream. So I figured I'd pick Godot because I didn't trust Unity, and Unreal Engine is
Why
just
Godot?
way too big. Like, I don't think that my game engine that I install to use to make a game should be larger in size, like install size, than any game that I'm going to make. I'm not going to put out a game that's 100 gig in size. So I don't think my game engine needs to be 100 gig in size. You know? Yeah. There's just a lot of questions of why the hell is it that large? What stuff do they have running in the background to justify having their engine be 100 gig in size? If you think about it, Godot is at least 5 gigabytes bigger than any game I'm making. Godot. How? It would at most be 170 megabytes larger than any game you'll ever make. Yeah. You can make incredible stuff with Godot, considering how lightweight it is. Exactly. Exactly. Export templates. I don't consider export templates to be part of the engine itself. Like, yeah. So we do this. If we're browsing into the store, or if we're browsing or we're entering the store, you can't have a game without them.
What's the size right now? Along while I tried for a moment, it was 40 MB.
Right now, Godot's about 120, 130 megabytes in size. If you go just the GD scripting stuff. If you go the mono support for .NET scripting, it'll be about 160, 170 megabytes. And Oxynom, you're incorrect. You can't release a game without them. Yeah. You can't release a game without an export template. You can make a game. You just can't release it. So, yeah. Funny post of the day? Nah, funny site of the day. Why have you posted a weird looking link? Ah, yeah. It's just a site dedicated to cats, basically. I wonder if there's a HTTP dog. There is a HTTP dog. Alright. Alright.
Also, there was this dude saying that games should be developed on a potato PC so that you know how performant it is. Could have been any software.
No. That's a stupid saying. Did you start with Windows, then Mac OS, then back to Windows, then Linux? I started with Windows, never went to Mac because I don't hate myself. And then I went to Linux because I found that I don't hate myself that much, and wanted to go with something good. Fail. I would not have ever found Cannibal. True, true. Oh, that's right. Ads are in progress. Yeah, I'm out of coffee. Man. Now. That's never a word. That is never. Maybe it is. There you go, it is a word. There you go. Nail. Yep, nail. We've already got lane. What are the 4 letters? Damn. That was weird. That was a weird level. It wasn't a tough level, it was a weird level. Exactly. Boo. Let's do another. Not taking blank. BS. I know, right? Confused. Nice. Nice. Wasn't here before. That's alright, Escamina. It's perfectly fine. Focus. Nice. Well done, Axel. Now that I'm in, we're going to make it 18 of 18 levels. Well, we need to beat level 24. That's our highest. Ah, I'll take the plural. What the hell?
Fun.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. We're struggling with this one. Ones, nice, nice. Damn it. Oh, we made it. Just. Alright, let's pause that. So, there's HTTP cats. Processing. Continue. 200 OK. Go 1 created. Non-authoritative information. Content. No content. Accepted. Reset content. What else do we have? They don't have one for 218. How do they not have one? Oh no, wait, is it 218 or is it 418? Here we are. I'm a teapot. Expectation failed. I love that. That is good. That is good. Request range not satisfied. And then you've got, now you got dogs. Now you got dogs. 103 early hints. Okay. Created. Accepted. Reset content. Partial content. No content. Multiple choices. Found. Switch proxy. Use proxy. Payment required. Forbidden. Method not allowed. Request timeout. Conflict. Not acceptable. Oh, that's good. That's good. Payload too large. URI too long. Unsupported media type. Expectation failed. I'm a teapot. Page expired. Too early. Locked. Unprocessable entity. Too many requests. These are great. Great. Client close request. Internal server error. There's so many good ones here. What up, H-Ives? Unauthorized. Network read timeout. Network connect timeout error. Railgun listener to origin. What the fuck? Good stuff. Good stuff. HTTP garden. God damn it, really? More? Precondition required. Where is it? I'm a teapot. They do have a teapot. There you go. Unsupported media type. That's correct. That's correct. Expectation failed. Nice. Nice. Alright. Back into this. So, if we enter store or browsing, we do this. Should create HTTP HypnotiK. I don't know. I don't think I have enough. I don't have enough range for all the different HTTP codes. You know? There's just nothing there. I wonder if there's a HTTP mustache. Could do HTTP beards. You know? We would create one for beards. That could work. I don't... This isn't going to be correct. Because get next target... I need to do... If context gets... Checkout. False. Then we do... Context set target to be game state street sale counters, pick random, purchase queue, no. What do we do for that at the moment? Status dogs and goats. Jesus. What up, Exception? How are you doing? So I don't think we need HTTP status dogs. Because we've already got this one. Because there's these. Multi-status. Nice. Nice. Moved permanently. Nice. Forbidden. Not found. Request timeout. Method not allowed. Conflict. Request entity too large. Precondition failed. Length required. I'm a teapot. Unordered collection.
Morning, Baldy.
Blocked by Windows parental controls. What up, Mars? How are you doing? Unavailable for legal reasons. Nice. And then there was... What was it? Goats?
In here, just watching in the back.
Fair enough. What would missing definition ID fall under? Is that a HTTP code or is that a API response? Because that would probably be a... That would probably be a bad request. It's a response. Yeah, it would be a bad request. It'd be a bad request. And then like why it's a bad request. Not acceptable. Just screaming. Unprocessed quantity. Fucking damn. SSL certificate.
We need
error.
a scapegoat.
We need a scapegoat. Invalid token. Bad gateway. Loop detected. Jesus. So many. Tell my colleague or college to fix their website. Tell my college to fix their website. I don't know. I don't think I want them to. I don't think I want them to. Those were great. That's a tiger that says that, not a goat. What are you doing, bear? Jeez, how are you, bear? What's going on? Purchase queue. Get next queue.
Can you check when the sites were made, or can you not? Because I want to know when these legends made those sites.
You'd be able to do like a DNS lookup. You could do a go here and you go HTTP dog.
What's your
HTTP dog. That was a lookup. Okay, well, it doesn't have all that. Doesn't have when it was created, but yeah. What's my words per minute? Like on a good day, high 90s. On a good day. Doing well, Surf's Off, about to break 15,000 players. Damn. Prototype new project I'm really excited about. That's awesome, Bear. It's a free-to-play title with supported DLC, but 15,000 lifetime players. Yeah. Yeah, very nice. That's 15,000 players, goddamn. That's a lot. Under here, we need to go... Actually, if get browsing, new project is a mini MMO meets Peak, and it's been a lot of fun to playtest. Nice. Open world, proximity voice chats, proc gen dungeons. The maps are on a daily rotation, but buying DLC unlocks all maps. Free players can join paid lobbies. Ooh, nice. And cosmetics, but cosmetics for all. Currently stuck with lunar armor on my Iron Man. What is the next easiest armor to put for magic? What? What? Bro doesn't play RuneScape. No, I don't. No, I don't. I understood none of what you said.
At
I was
only
confused
underscore
too.
exception, you use two different spellings for armor.
Leave me alone. So context get checkout. What we want to do is if we're in checkout, I want to do context set target to be game state street get purchase queue. So this goes through and goes get available counters. While search surfs up, it shows only Sony games. One word search. Yeah, get rid of that. So QPOS X. That's the thing. I need to figure out this queue system now. That'll be the next thing. Or not now, but it's the next thing I need to figure out. Because this will just have them line up in like a straight line sort of thing. There. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Don't need to do any of that. It's going to go... Sale counters, pick random, purchase queue. Now this is going to return a purchase queue, which is a marker 3D, I believe. No, it's not a marker 3D. I mean, it is a marker 3D with the position that people are trying to get to. But what we want to do... this purchase queue... How long till I lose the beard? How long till I lose the beard? I don't know. How long have you been subbed for? Ever had a dream you wanted to turn into a game? No. Can't say I've ever had any kind of thought of wanting to turn into a game.
No idea, somebody gifted it to me.
You should be able to see in your notifications when you got the gifted. Morning, Mike. How are you today? They would be narrative games. I have very lucid dreams that I want to turn into games. They would be narrative games. Interesting. So, is it that you wanted to turn into a game, or is it... You wanted to turn into a game, or is it more that you wanted a story about you?
2 weeks
like
left.
That. Use if else statements. Let's make the condition a Boolean variable. And then use a switch case for true, false, and default. Way more readable. I mean, it would work as a Dungeons and Dragons campaign too. That would be easier. True. That is true. 2 weeks left. There you go. You got 14 days of the beard. So we'll do get next Q pause. Ooh, thank you for the follow. I love the vibe here. Hope you don't mind me staying for the ride. I don't mind you staying at all. Feel free to chat, feel free to lurk, feel free to do whatever. It's up to you how you want to enjoy the stream. And now that you've followed, you're officially a Gedunt. And because you're a Gedunt, you get to introduce yourself to people as a Gedunt. Yeah. Yeah, you just look them in the eye and say, "G'day, I'm a Gedunt." That's it. That's all you're required to do as a Gedunt. I love that he doesn't have a body. It's true. It's true. Damn right. Damn right. It's a powerful, powerful statement to be a Gedunt. So this will probably need... No, not an NPC. Context. Set QPOS as bar purchase queue. It's going to be a purchase queue. We go game state street. Get purchase queue. Street. Get purchase queue. This will be... Actually, just going to call this queue.
How is the tap water in Melbourne and what are the sources of drinkable water in Australia?
The tap water in Australia, in Melbourne specifically, It was voted as the best tasting tap water in Australia. And Australia's got a ton of, like, drinkable water sources. Like, you got all this stuff here. So you got Australian hydrological geospatial
put itself
fabric.
on fire and blame everyone else.
So like, yeah, these are like our water sources and stuff. So there's rainfall, of course, which goes into like water catchment areas, and then it gets processed and whatnot. And then there's, where is it? God damn it. There we go. So down here, like, where are we? These are the different water serviceable areas. So the water serviceable areas are like where the water comes from. So like you got the Murray River that we get drinkable water from. You've got Snowy River, all this kind of stuff. We got a bunch of water sources. But they go through a bunch of water treatment plants and stuff like that as well. That's not for us. That's not Australia. That's water consumption. Drinkable water quality. I don't really care about the quality. But yeah, we have a bunch of water catchments and a bunch of rivers and stuff like that that we kind of get water from that goes through water treatment and stuff like that, and then, yeah, ends up in our taps. Desalination is expensive? Yes, it is. How does it feel watching America put itself on fire and blame everyone else? Don't care. That's their issue.
Water is life.
Water is life. Water is life. Which reminds me, I'm going to have some water. Ah. Nummy. Nummy nummy num num. And the target will be Q get NPC QPOS, which is context get QPOS. So this one here returns the current Q count. Comb the beard. Comb the beard. Comb the beard. This is probably going to break things, but... Rest assured, as an American, I'm fully blaming other Americans. That's bad, Sammy. Okay, that's very, very bad. You shouldn't be blaming South Americans for the problems that you're causing in your country. Alright? Not good. That's not good. Norway's a good country. I'd love to move to Sweden. That's where I'd like you to go. Yeah, it gets the next Q pause.
Will you be welcome there, though?
Damn right it will be. They'd take one look at me and be like, damn, we need that beard and mustache here. That needs to be a part of Sweden. That's gonna go in a museum someday. What are Australian politics like? I haven't seen anything outside of America. Same stupidity. Well, not the same stupidity. Our politicians aren't as stupid. So our politicians are still somewhat sensible. You have the occasional idiot. You have the occasional idiot like Clive Palmer, who's like a mining billionaire. He's an absolute douchebag that's trying to bring Trump politics to Australia. And it's just not gonna work. It's just not gonna work. But yeah. So we have the next queue pause. Yeah, we're not going into politics. Not going into politics. Not going into it, Lupo. Not going into it. Not discussing it. So we get the next queue pause. I think that'll be adding sound effects to my game tonight. Or starting anyway. That's fair. That's fair. What are you doing in the code? I'm trying to figure out the best way to handle this. Because I want the NPC to be assigned to the queue so that they can line up to purchase the items that they've taken off the shelf. But I need to connect that up into a behavior tree now. So... making a Bobble Shop Simulator. I'm making a shop simulator. That's what I'm making. Where... What would it... I think I need to change this completely. Farkle. That's what the game Sammy's making is. Farkle. How long does it take to complete a game that you're working on? This one here, I should have a demo available, or at least an alpha available by the start of November. And I should have the full release of the game ready by early next year, sort of thing. That's the goal I've set for myself anyway. Will it run natively on Linux? Of course it will. I'm building it on Linux. It would be stupid of me to build the game using Linux and not make a Linux native version of the game. Of course there's going to be a Linux native version. That's a good question. That was funny. Well, like Steam will take care of DRM. Has anti-cheat. Don't need to have anti-cheat. It's a single player game. If someone wants to buy the game and use a cheat to like play the game, that's their call. They're only impacting themselves at that point. That's because so in this node here, in the get next target, if we've determined that the NPC is checking out, so they've got their items, they've finished browsing, they want to purchase. So we need to get them to go to a queue, and then that queue they need to stand in queue. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. Like, I don't know. Because it emits a signal whenever the queue moves forward. Maybe I do need to assign the NPC to it? No. There's got to be another way to set this up. So we have the NPC that needs to assign to a queue. And that queue needs to tell the NPC when they're ready to move up. Because one of the NPC at the front has finished their order. So they move up when that finishes. Currently that's handled by a signal. This wouldn't happen by a signal though. It would need to be... because the behavior tree... Will that be the job of the decoration? No. No. Is it hard to have the game compatible with multiple OSs? It's only hard to have the game compatible with Mac OS because Mac OS requires you to have a Mac that you can run Xcode to compile stuff. So, yeah. It's a nightmare to get stuff running on Mac. I'm not going to have a Mac version of this game, I can tell you that much. I'm just not wasting my time with it. From what I've heard, it's a nightmare process, and from what I've experienced with previous stuff, it's a nightmare. I'm just not getting into that. What is the best way to handle this? Why do big developers not support Linux if it's so easy to do? Because there's currently very little money in the Linux space. Like, help me understand outside of greed. There is no other reason. Exception. Outside of money, there's no other reason. Why bother adding support to your game that for something that has like 3 or 4% of the market share? Why? I think Linux just hit 5%. It's still a negligible amount of the market share. Like Steam Proton takes care of
Because
all
there
of
is
that
one.
stuff. So why spend the money doing a Linux native version when there's no incentive for you to do it? Like, until Linux market share hits like 15%, yeah, and like at that point we might see AAAs start putting out Linux native support. But until then, they're just going to be like, Steam's got Proton that makes it work on Linux. We don't need to do anything. biggest reason to be on Windows and not for games where Proton compatibility doesn't work or anti-cheat. I'm of the opinion that... So, let me put it this way. Let's go... Are we anti-cheat yet? There's this site here. Are we anti-cheat yet? Right here. Halo Master Chief Collection. Supported using easy anti-cheat. Right there. Okay? 2 years ago. 2 years ago, you could have anti-cheat running on Linux with easy anti-cheat. Okay? Why does Fortnite that uses easy anti-cheat, or Apex Legends that uses easy anti-cheat, why do they not work on Linux? Why do they not work on Linux? There's no reason. There's no reason for it to not work on Linux, because there's multiple games that use easy anti-cheat that run on Linux perfectly fine. Yeah, they have chosen to not enable, to not set up the anti-cheat with Linux functionality.
Can't run Apex Legends with wine?
No. This here is a list of games and their anti-cheat, and if the anti-cheat works on Linux. So, PUBG Battlegrounds uses BattleEye, and it's broken. Down here, you got Ark Survival Evolved and DC using BattleEye, and they just work. So, the only reason for them to not do it is... Well, the only reason for it to not work is because they haven't enabled the support for it. So... Yeah. Is there any sensible reason? Not that I can think of. With things like easy anti-cheat, when you're setting it up, you just need to tell it if it's going to be for Linux or not. And after that, it's done. It gives you a Linux compatible version. Something like that. So it's there's no reason. How do you feel about this saying for using Windows over Linux? I want my computer to work for me. I don't want to work for my computer. That to me sounds like a reason for using Linux over Windows. Because if you're using Windows, you're working for the computer because Microsoft is collecting all of your analytical data and selling that. Right? If you go to Linux, your computer is working for you because you can set your computer up to do what you want it to do, not what Microsoft wants it to do for you. Are you frustrated having to troubleshoot issues on Linux? You have to troubleshoot issues on Windows too. Remember recently all of the graphical driver issues on Windows because Windows put out stuff that broke graphical drivers for the newer Nvidia cards and stuff like that? You remember that? That wasn't that long ago. In your personal experience, Windows just works. But if, that's the thing, Windows just works because you are used to how Windows does things. You've been using Windows your entire life. So any change from that feels like something that doesn't work. It's the same with people that use Mac. They've used Mac for so long that changing to Windows or Linux doesn't feel right. It just feels wrong. And that's because you are stuck in the way that these companies have told you the operating system should be. It's like, oh no, this is how the operating system should work. If you're using Windows, this is how it should work. No, 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 you don't need to be able to customize that. No, 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 you don't need to be able to change that. No, 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 you need an admin's permission to be able to do this. It's like, that's what you're used to. Whereas on Linux, it's, tell me what you want me to do, I will do it. That's what Linux does. So it's the wrong way of thinking about it. First time I tried Linux, it failed to boot due to disk block issues. Somehow fixed that. Then the NVIDIA drivers didn't work. Somehow fixed that. So how long ago was this? How long ago was this exception? What up, May? How are you? The yummy Windows recall screen capture system is the guys of Parsec like a year ago. And which operating, like which Linux distro were you using? Because like it's well known that NVIDIA isn't that great for Linux because, again, NVIDIA is one of those companies that doesn't really care about Linux. Like they only recently, in like the last couple of years, open source their drivers and stuff. So like, yeah. NVIDIA is always going to have an issue until they get to the same sort of open source community support as AMD. But yeah. Things not working or breaking by themselves on Linux is kind of a myth. Exactly. You can choose a distro that won't do it unless you break it yourself. Yeah. I only have problems with games in Linux. Then I'm forced to use Windows to play with friends because of anti-cheats. And that's the other thing we were talking about before, May. It's like, if you go to Are We Anti-Cheat Yet? That site will show you if a game works on Linux with its anti-cheat. And you will see that there are games using Easy Anti-Cheat that work on Linux, and games that are using Easy Anti-Cheat that don't work on Linux. So it's not a problem of the anti-cheat software. It's a problem of the game developer not enabling Linux support for their anti-cheat. It's like Easy Anti-Cheat works on Linux. Like Elden Ring Night Rain, that uses Easy Anti-Cheat. I can play that on Linux just fine. No problem whatsoever. But the reason why other games don't do it is because they aren't setting up the Easy Anti-Cheat to support Linux. It's a problem of the developers, not the anti-cheat. You never know when developers will do it. It's sad. Well, no. If they haven't done it by now, they're never going to do it. And they're never going to do it because at the current point in time, there's no reason for them to do it. Until people stop playing their game and move over to Linux, and Linux gets a larger majority share, there's no incentive for them to do it. So it's all about who's going to make the first move. Are people going to go, oh, I can't play this game on Linux, so I guess I'm just going to stay on Windows to play the game, at which point nothing in the industry changes? Or are the players of the game going to go, no, I'm moving to Linux, and if your game doesn't work on Linux, F you. And then all of a sudden, those companies will go, okay, let's get it working on Linux because we've lost our players. What Linux are you on? It's under the video. You need to scroll down and have a look under the video. I'm not going to say it out loud because I'm not one of those users. I love that Steam Deck uses Linux and is pushing through with it. Yeah. And that's going to be one of the largest changes. Like, that's going to increase people's use of Linux. Twitch has half screened in theater mode with chat. Yes, yeah, it does that from time to time. Yeah, today I need to figure out what I'm gonna buy. Like, I need to buy some like lapel mics for. How would I do a lapel mic? Because I can't really clip it here or anything, because then my beard's gonna get in the way. And like, I could clip it into my beard. Just have my microphone clip like there. Theater mode changes the theme. And I really dislike that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see if we can figure this out. So, purchase queue. How can we change this? So we need to alter this so that when the player is looking for its next walk target, I suppose what we can do, if it's not in queue, no. If context checkout, queue, we can do that. Purchase queue equals context get queue if context has queue, else we do this. We go queue. If context gets queue null is queue is not queue, then we do this. This should probably... ads coming in. I'm going to throw up these words for you. I'm going to BRB so I can get some more water and whatnot. So, let's get these words started. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Verbs. Alright, I'm back. Rigid grind. Writing, nice. Yeah. Ding. No. I think it's delayed. Jesus Christ, that took its time to show up. What is going on with words? Nude.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Oh, right. Yay, ads are over. Alright. Here I am. Let's throw that on pause there. So, back to this. How dare you interrupt our game? I will interrupt all your games. Even when I'm not streaming and you think you're playing a game on your own, I will interrupt it. And I will pop in. I will pop into your thoughts as you're playing a game. And you'll be like, whoa. God damn. You know? I will interrupt you wherever and whenever I want. I just see this head and hands in my RuneScape. Self-important, are we? Nah. Not at all, Sonic. That's exactly why we have this redeem. Where is it? Yeah, it's exactly why we have this. You do not matter in the slightest. Yep. Exactly why that's there. I am wearing nothing because I'm a floating head and hands. Thank you very much. Are you saying by being a Godot, all we think about is our head overlord HypnotiK? No, not at all. Not at all. I'm just saying that if I feel like it, I'll interrupt you. You know? You are wearing them stylish glasses, though. I mean, they're not that stylish. Here's the head from Rick and Morty. The Cromulans. Is that who you're talking about? Yeah. The Cromulans. And they're not all gold, alright? They're not all gold. Romulans with a C. Yep. Like, launch a missile, hit them, like, boo, not cool. Oh, that was great. So if the Q is not Q, then we assign the Q. But here's the thing. Is the NPC... What happens? The purchase... Like, it emits this. Purchasing, purchase ready, purchase ready. It's not what I need. So I think the NPC... What did we have for the NPC? Under purchase... There's a queue moving. So there's this. Character purchase queue, queue move. Are you going to open source your game? Nope. Is there an argument to close source or open source an indie game? Yes, there are. Remember, open source does not imply GNU, so there. Also, I just noticed the monster of a mustache. I know, right? Goes all the way up. All the way up. I'm not going to open source my game because there's no point in open sourcing it. GNU is a type of license. So, for example, you wouldn't, there's certain reasons why you wouldn't be able to open source your game, such as you are using assets that you have purchased from somewhere which don't allow you to redistribute those assets. In my case, I'm using Cinti assets that I've purchased, and I can't redistribute those out. And for me to go through a process of pulling out those assets and things like that, there's no point. Did you type every line of code on stream? I know that does not make it OSS. Yeah, I'm building the entire game on stream. I don't do anything of it outside of stream. And at the same time, a game like this, there's no point in making it open source because all you will get at that point is a bunch of shop sim games that have the exact same functionality and are the exact same as everything else. And at that point, it's like, what's the point in having 50 games that are released that are literally the exact same gameplay with just some models switched out and stuff like that? There isn't one. Primarily care about modding support. You can have modding support without open sourcing a game. Like, a game doesn't need to be open source to have mod support. I do want to add mod support at some point to this game, but that's a beast all on its own, adding support for mods. Because that requires a lot of documentation. It requires a lot of extra bits of code to set up to it actually keep that working as you want it to load up things correctly, make sure things don't break because something is, you know, slightly off. With open source, you only have to access the code. You only have access to the code. Doesn't mean you can just help yourself. It's more for reference. GNU is open public and no license attached. Tim! Ooh, g'day. How are you doing? You have an extras channel? What is this? What is this? I didn't know you had an extras channel. What are you doing? And turtles race in to save the day. Good. We need some day saving here, Tim. We need some day saving. But how are you? What were you up to today? What were you doing for your extras? People also make the mistake of thinking open source software is free. True. True. But yeah, like, I don't see any point in open sourcing any game that I create. If I make a system that I think other people can use in their game, then I will make, like, I could make that open source. I could make a system open source. But I wouldn't make a game open source. You know? We were playing Grand Prix Story and grinding away. Nice. Nice. Was it fun? Did you have a good time? But welcome in all. I'm HypnotiK. I'm making a Bobble Shop Simulator. And currently I'm trying to figure out how to move my NPC state machines into a... what do you call it? This thing. Behavior tree. That's the word I'm looking for. Behavior tree. Raid and run, get food and sleep. Enjoy your food, enjoy your sleep. I hope it's tasty and relaxing in that order. For the first half, then grindy grind. Yeah, fair. Why Bobblehead? We were making this as part of Jiggle Jam that Just Camino did. So you needed to use the spring bone for jiggle stuff. So we created this. So the Bobblehead uses the spring bone to make the heads bobble. Yeah. And then we decided to keep going with it. That's all there is to it. Yeah. 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 Nice. Why is this saying that? I guess I'll just do that. Been busy in jams, I see. I did one jam. Like, and now I am not touching any other jams until this game is finished. I keep getting distracted by jams and I need to stop. It's not good. It's not good. You like grape jam? Nah. What are the goals for this game? What do you mean? What are my goals for the game? Or what is the objective of the game? I don't think I should have this logic in get next target. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. Like, I don't know. When do you know it's finished? I've got a bunch of stuff kind of listed out in this, which I haven't been keeping up to date, but yeah. So all of the stuff I want to do for the demo, there's like the struggle animation for the bobbles that I need to make. All of this, so all of this has been implemented. We have our different rarity bobbles. I've also added a legendary bobbles opalescent. Actually, no, that's for different stuff. That's for the full version of the game. The computer UI. So this here, I've kind of changed this. So tablet UI brings up a tablet with UI player can interact with. And get rid of that. Get rid of that. Allows purchasing of bobbles, allows purchasing different displays and shelves, weekly expenses, all this kind of stuff. Bobble pricing can be set by the player, a customer review system, which I can probably move that into the full release. I probably don't need that to be part of the demo. Placing of displays and stuff is done. Store expansions are done. Flipping the open close sign will link into the day-night cycle. Fenced off area in the back, we've got that done. Drone deliveries we don't need to worry about. Cars drive past randomly. Like, all of this stuff here is for the demo, basically. Like, there's some that I'll move down into the full feature, rather. And then we've got the full release, which will have Steam achievements, translations, the max, like, store extensions and stuff like that, day-night cycle, legendary opalescent bobbles, the, like, all of this type of stuff for setting pricing and accessory packs and workbenches and the extra UI stuff. Like, it's, yeah. So, all of that. Godot Shop, what you got there? I mean, most of it's kind of done. There's stuff in that list that I'm not doing anymore, or that I've swapped out for other stuff. But yeah, like once I get this behavior tree implemented for the NPCs, then the behavior tree for the bobbleheads is going to be very easy, very simple. I can probably even have the bobbleheads just in a state machine. They aren't gonna be doing anything that I need a behavior tree for. So like once I get this done and the bobblehead state machine done, I'm like it's pretty much all there at that point. And then it's just creating new bobblehead models, adding in, setting the pricing for each item, like individually, setting up the save and load functionality. And yeah, that's pretty much the demo done. I still don't think this is the right spot to be putting this purchase queue stuff. I feel this should be... I feel this should be set up elsewhere. So I can have a repeat for that. I wonder. If I get rid of this stuff. if checkout is true and context get queue null is null, then we can go into here. I can actually change that. I can change this to a has. Let's do, if it doesn't have queue, then in here, we will set it. We'll go queue equals this, get the purchase queue. Get rid of that, get rid of you. And then we set this stuff up. And we can return error, probably. Actually, no, we'd return a status success for that. Because this'll go move to target, which will move to the front of the shop. And then it will go through, browsing, enter store kind of thing. If game state, shop settings, if it's not open, then context set target to context get exit points. Yeah, this will be how we set this up. So I have exit point. And context set leaving store to true. And then we set up. So in this sequence, we'll then add a new node, which would be get next target. We duplicate this. Then it would be move to pos, move to position. Or move to target. So we assign this one here. Would have you take the NPC for movement. And get next target would take that. So the sequence will run move to store. Once move to store returns a succeed. Which currently move to target returns success if that happens. So it returns a status success and leaving store. It queue frees it. Otherwise it just keeps running. It just keeps returning running. So once its navigation is finished, it will return successful, which will cause it to drop onto get next target. Get next target will go if the store is not open. If the store is not open and context get entered or has entered store. If has entered store is false and the store is not open, then they continue on to the exit point. Otherwise, if they have entered the store and they are going to the checkout and there's no context. Let's do elif for that. If there's no queue in the context, and checkout is true, checkout is false. Oh no, checkout is true. Then it goes into here, it gets the purchase queue, sets the purchase queue, sets the queue position, and then sets the target to what that position's target is. Or what that position is. If checkout is false, or there is a context queue, actually, elif context has queue. Get rid of this. If context has queue, then what I can do is go return status running. If context get I could actually change this up. They could have that as move to target. So move to target and then get next target. So it moves to target, it starts out with target being whatever the current, like whatever the storefront position we've selected is. It checks this, and then what we do down here is we actually return error. And the reason we return error is because that will cause it to go back to move to target. No. Because then we need to set up this get next target to handle the checkout process and stuff like that as well, and the wait to speak to the player and whatnot. And it becomes a whole big thing at that point. I dislike that. I dislike that a lot. What would this do? What up, abnormal? How are you? How's the game going? It's going. We're setting up behavior trees at the moment. Move to store. Get target. And I guess after this, we could set up another sequence. No. You know what? I'm gonna change. Damn it. I'm gonna change this sequence. I want to set up a ready, which does nodes assign get children. As false excludes internal children. Yep. So we do that. So now whenever I set up this sequence, I don't need to be like, all right, these ones are the direct children. Assign it to this export. No, we just, when the node is ready, it just gets its children and assigns it to its nodes. So we move to store. Once we've moved to store, we hit sequence. This here will be the shop loop. I wonder if I change this to move to target. Move to target. And then this here, when this returns an error, we reset the state and the player is moving to exit the store. Like they leave and they queue free sort of thing. I reckon that'll work. That can work. Alright. Alright. I'm starting to piece it together. My subconscious is finally starting to come through with what it's been working on for the last 2 hours. So, this get next target. If we have this return status error, but let's have a look at sequence. Yes, that returns the status error as well. So it resets its status, but it also resets the top sequence status, which top sequence goes to move to node, which then causes it to head towards the exit. Yeah, I like it. I like it. And then this one here, if it has queue, nice indeed. We can set up a variable here and go, waiting in queue. Goody, what up? Just saw something crazy. Ruby on Rails creator was interviewed on Lex Friedman podcast. Oh yeah, that happened a while back. Like that happened quite a while back. There's a clip where he talks about Linux. He has 2 projects going, Arch Hyperland pre-configured, and some weird new Ubuntu setup. Thought you'd find it interesting. I mean, if they're using Ruby on Rails to do the Hyperland pre-configuration, then no. Like, I don't think I don't think Hyperland should be pre-configured. That's one reason. Like, there's been a couple of people in chat that have asked if I've got a .env, like a dot file somewhere, or a .env for my Hyperland stuff. I don't want to give it. I don't want to give it out, because part of the fun of using Hyperland is making it look how you want it to look. You know? Not taking someone else's config and being like, yes, this is mine now. Like, no, like, configure it, have fun with it, tinker with it, change it, make it look nice, make it unique to you, have it look the way you want it to look, not how someone else wanted it to look. You know, that's the point. If you want something that just looks the same as everything else, stick to KDE. Stick to Cinnamon. Stick to Gnome. You know? Like, customize. Have fun. Sometimes it's easier to look at one that works and tweak it. No. Like, all of this stuff is very well documented. Like, all of this is well documented when it comes to configuring things. They tell you where the files are that you're editing, where to put styles if you're editing it, and what all of the options are for you, and what those options change. Like, they're very well documented. It's huge for people that aren't knowledgeable enough, or people that can't afford to spend 8 hours typing. But that's the thing, Goody. You're assuming that they only have right now to configure it. I have to have it configured right now in the next 10 minutes. No. You can customize it over the next 4 months if you want to. It's not going anywhere. It's nothing's happening. It's there. Second part of the argument, I can't agree. That's the thing, like, it's not you don't need to be knowledgeable. Like, just Google Hyperland configure. Yeah. Then there's like customizing Hyperland to your liking. There's like all of these that go through details on how to customize it, what different things do to customize it, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. You don't need to know how to do it, because you can easily find something that goes through showing you how to do it all. Like, yeah. And honestly, if you're not the kind of person that wants to spend time customizing a bunch of stuff, then Hyperland and Arch probably aren't for you. If you just want Linux that just works and just does what you want, like just plays games and does stuff, you don't want to customize it a whole bunch. Like, you've got Linux Mint and Fedora and Kubuntu and Ubuntu and all that kind of stuff that will do everything that this does, but you don't need to spend a bunch of time customizing. So, Yeah. It all comes down to what you want to do. If you want to customize, if you want to tinker, all that kind of stuff, it's perfect for you. If you don't want to do that stuff, there's no point using it. You can have many at the same time. True. But yeah, like use the version of Linux that suits your needs. If your needs are just playing games and having an easy way to configure things, there's distros out there that do that. If you want more in-depth control over things and more fine-tuned customization, there's distros out there for that too. But if you want to do that, you should probably put in the effort to learn how to do it. I have some time on the couch. We'll whip up some art, just have fun with configuring, but nobody needs to do it. Yeah, nobody needs to do it. I want to customize and tinker, but I don't know how to do all those things, and being my head against the wall doesn't sound appealing, which is why I stick with Windows. But again, Sammy, you don't need to beat your head against the wall. If you Google how to customize X in Linux, you get 4,000 results on how to do that. You go on YouTube, you get 1 million videos on people that have done that and how they did it. Like, you don't need to beat your head against a wall. Stuff is documented. First job out of college was a help desk. Some people really need their handheld. Also, not everyone is unemployed and wanting to waste time customizing and tweaking obsessively. I get the appeal, and any interest generated towards Linux is a win. But if you don't want to waste time customizing and tweaking things obsessively, you're not gonna have Arch Linux and Hyperland. You're just not going to have these two things. You're going to have Linux Mint with Cinnamon, which allows you to install pre-configured themes and stuff like that. Like, you get my point? I use it for OR. Yeah, what about it? What about OR? That doesn't mean anything. That's just a package repository. That's all that is. It's like saying, no, it has apt. No, it has yum. No, it has flatpak. No, it has snap. It's like, what's your point? That doesn't bring anything to the argument. Like, Hyperland is something designed to be configured. Unless you just want to use the default experience. If you don't want to configure things, don't bother with things that you generally need to configure. Yeah. I don't need to Google OR. I know what OR is. It's the Arch user repository. I know what it is. Exactly, Bongo. Rip Aussie. Just saying OR doesn't do anything. Like, you need to provide more detail than just OR. Like, that's not an argument. That's a word that you're just shouting. We're not debating. We're not debating. You just said a word and expected that to mean something. Greatest rock legend in the world? Yes. Very true. Very, very true. So what, we've got this here. We've got, if it's open, where was I? I was down here. If we're waiting in queue. That's right, I need to set up the, where is it? I need to hook into, what was the signal? Queue move, that's what I need to hook into. Queue move, this thing. Again. You don't want to explain what you mean by or. Just gonna. Just invested my first $5 in Domino's. Why? I'm typing. It's long. We got a wall of text coming. My phone's at 1%, and I forgot my charger. Very true. Very, very true. You should probably find a way to charge your phone. You know. Yeah. There's a lot of reasons always supreme. That I don't know how that changes the fact that things like Hyperland are things that you need to configure if you want to change the way out of stuff and whatnot. I don't understand how that comes into the configuring argument. Why not see if it becomes something? I'm in the car for 40 minutes. But your $5 invested in Domino's isn't it's not going to become a huge amount of money. Unless Domino's value goes up 1,000 times and it turns into $5,000. Yeah. It's a good starting point. It's a good starting point. Q move. We're not waiting in queue. Giving us like an extra $1 still be cool. That's fair. Have a good lurk, Vongo. We need a function. Q move. Let's see. Let's go Q. I see it could have Q. No, I'll do has. Yeah. I'll just make sure to remove Q. So we get Q. And we want this to do what? Q move connects to that. Yeah, it's Q move. Cool. So connect that into here. You can waiting in queue false. So I'll go. I'm just wondering if I set this queue moving. pause it, go to move to target, and then it comes back to there. And it goes move to target, then it goes back to there. Move to target, and then they're at checkout. So you'd return success, which would go up, and then we go on to checkout at that point. Actually, no, I can set up a repeat until fail. But to do that, I would need to get to it first. How would I do that? How would we do that? Game state, shop settings is open. I guess this get next target could be... No, I couldn't have that repeat until fail. I could have it as a repeater. Because I need it to be able to go around. Because in the shop loop, it's going to go around and browse for things. They could get scared and then it breaks. So I need to add that check in as well. Yeah, this would be interesting. Package is easy to maintain and update. Yep. Also has significantly large package offering than other Wings repositories. Trying to say people use Arch for a lot more than just eye candy. Then we'll start some debate. Apparently I offend you along the way. You haven't offended me. You haven't touched a nerve. I'm just saying, like, if you're just going to use Linux to play games and watch stuff on Netflix and like YouTube and Twitch and whatnot, there's no need to use Arch. Like, there's just no need. And if you're that kind of person and you do use Arch, you're not gonna be customizing your Hyperland config. Like, you're just gonna use it as it is. That's all. Like, if you are the kind of person that wants to craft your Linux experience to your custom needs and to make it, like, to change how it looks and all that kind of stuff, then you're probably going to look at how to configure things and not just grab someone else's pre-made config. Like, if you're going to use Arch and Hyperland and you just want to make it look like how someone else made it look, then you can do that with other systems a lot easier, because other systems like KDE and such allow you to just install the theme from within their settings. You don't have to worry about checking out someone's GitHub and moving files into correct locations and such. Like, there's easier ways to use a pre-made theme. You know? It's... And I'm not going to take a break when I tell someone you can't just shout a word and expect that word to be an argument. Come in and shout "or" and expect that to mean something. You've got to give context and reason. I'm not going to go into someone's chat and have a conversation and then just shout "chickens" and expect that to mean anything. Well, that's coming up. Here are the words. Let's see. Inset. We have inset. Right, nets. You gotta wait until you're unlocked. Tennis indeed, Razor. Nicely done. Stole my tennis. Yep, that they did. That they did. Taken right out from under you, Kira. I think Words is having a moment, because it's not. Yeah, Words having a moment. It's been doing this all day too. Stein, nice. I'll take that one. I wonder if it'll accept this. Come on. There we go. Nice. We got through. Next round. We got a fake letter here somewhere. Is it going to be the T or the C or the N? Ah, N. N's fake. There we are. And what's next? Bets, nice. You took my next word, Kira. I got cots. Jeez. Getting all of them now. Yes, those! I didn't know we had Snin here. Ah, of course. Duh. How did... How did it take us so long to figure out object? We're sitting here like, objects. I wonder what else we can make out of that. Turn off the autopilot there.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, that's a river. Alrighty, back into this. So game state, so we have that open. What was I changing in this? I think I need to put this into like an actual diagram. Try to figure out the correct setup and flow for it. Because we have the sequence. First thing it does is move to target. And that's going to be moving to the front of the store. And then it goes into the shop loop. If it decides to exit, if we're leaving, then we return a status error. Which will cause... So you'll return an error if we're leaving the store, which will cause this to return an error and reset, which will cause this to reset, which causes this to trigger again. And because our target gets set to the exit point, this then takes the player. It takes the player towards that point, and if leaving store is true, we then queue free the player when navigation is finished, because they've left, they've gone to the exit point, they're done. So that's simple enough. In here, we need to get the next target. If we're checking out, which we're not, if they're leaving store, we do that. Else, we go context. Actually, else if context. Actually, I should probably set a state for this, shouldn't I? Otherwise, if context get because this needs to be reusable inside that shop loop. I wonder if I need to put that into a... have a sequence that goes into a sequence, and that first sequence. So we have sequence, move to target, shop loop, and then we had another sequence in here, but we have this as browse. Shop sequence. And we have this as a browse loop sort of thing. And then that keeps going until it until false. Let's do context. Set browsing true. Dislike that. Dislike that indeed. Repeat until fail. Then it's going to return error, which would cause the sequence to reset. And if the sequence resets, it's just going to go back into this loop. And we can't do repeater because that's just going to keep running that. So I guess I could just have a browse loop. So instead of a move to target, for example, or instead of a get target, what I do is I create an action, which is just our browse loop. And that handles just going up to a shelf, browsing, choosing if they're going to take an item, choosing if they're going to go to another shelf to browse. If they have an item, maybe they go to the checkout instead. If they don't have an item, maybe they just leave the store and finish. So I could possibly put all of that into a single action. Let's delete that. Don't need it. Don't need it. Over here, let's add would be browsing. Extends behavior. And this would also need an NPC. The reason why is because it's going to move the player still. It's going to interact with the player's nav agent. And then I guess we just go straight into the evaluate from here. Evaluate context dictionary. status. We can return status running by default. In this state, we don't need to worry about checkout or the shopping queue or anything like that. That'll be the next thing. Do that. You need to be an export. Okay. Max browse time. That can be 4 seconds. Min browse time can be 0.6. Browse time will be float. Time spent browsing will be float. It'll be 0. It'll be 0. Go if now I need to set up for running some checks before we start moving. You need to determine, are they currently browsing? Which will be if context get browsing. And time spent browsing actually not is equal prox time spent browsing. Oh, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Congrats, you're officially a Godot. And what that means is you get to introduce yourself to people as a Godot. That's right. The next time you are, I don't know. The next time you're at the post office, introduce yourself to the person behind the counter as a Godot. If you don't go to the post office, next time you see a mailman, it can be someone that works for the post office, or it can just be an Amazon delivery driver, or just someone delivering your food. Someone that's delivering something. Introduce yourself to them as a Godot. That's what you need to do. What was I doing with this? What was I doing with this? Time spent browsing. Browse time is equal prox. If they are browsing and it's not equal to procs, then return status running. That's what we need to do there. If is equal to procs, time spent browsing, browse time, then we need to set target to be display. Game state, get browse display. This is returning a display, which is furniture. Okay. Displays shuffle for display. If it can browse, we return it. All right. So you are a display. I think I need to set display up here too. So that way we can remember the current display that we're on. Get browse display. Display NPC browse global position, because the NPC browse is a marker 3D. Cool. And with that, we want some extra checks up here, though. Go context set browsing to rand f greater than 0.6. And context set checkout randef greater than 0.5.
Remember, only gnomes that don't make people not be able to walk get their gnome bacon.
Only gnomes that don't make people... Only gnomes that don't make people not be able to walk get their gnome bacon. So gnomes that make people able to walk get their gnome bacon. Damn double negative. You know gestures are key to communication, but since we only see your head, maybe it's time to train your mustache to enhance the message. Well, that's why I have hands. That's why I have hands, so I can like gesture to things, you know? And it's still like, what the hell? And damn English. I know, right? Damn English indeed. I feel like... I should probably start talking in Portuguese. You probably know how to speak it too. Nope. I do not know at all how to speak Portuguese. You do not matter in the slightest. That is correct. That is correct. There are people here that could take from that. Let's see. If context gets checkout, then context, actually we'll get the, what we can do is we can return status success at this point. And the reason we can return status success is actually I can just change this. Let's go rand f greater than 0.5. Because this will be the browse, move, all that kind of stuff. You do not matter in the slightest. 100% correct. Because this is browsing. So we don't need to worry about anything other than that. So obviously we are browsing. And I don't want to return here. Actually, no, I do want to return here. We need daily demotivational quotes. Daily disappointing affirmations. Where are we? These aren't negative affirmations. They're just stupid. These are terrible. Like, come on. I'm at least 10% ready for whatever happens today. There you go. You are at least 10% ready for whatever happens today. What up, Tricky? How are you doing? I may not be everyone's cup of tea, but at least I'm not dishwater. No, that's more of an affirmation. I dislike that. That's not a disappointing affirmation. Again, these are all pretty crap. They're all pretty bad. Just go away. Nah, that's just taking you through other stuff. Let's try this. You never know what the future holds, but I'll face it just like I face most days, with crippling anxiety. You tried your best and failed miserably. The lesson is, never try. Stop glamorizing your past. You've always been miserable. I may be dead inside, but at least I don't act like I'm not. Today I'll work on not hating myself. I'll hate everyone else instead. You will get through this. You don't really have a choice. I'm sorry. I like that one. You are someone's biggest regret. And that's so true. Accept yourself for the hot mess you are. So many good ones out there. I'm going to a big island, be his You like to argue, don't you, Tricky? I get the feeling that you like to argue. The one constant between those three arguments is you. It's so German of you. I know, right? I know. It's almost like Tricky is German. Right, so if we're browsing, return this. Do that. Then we go. Once we can go, we just do NPC, nav agent, target position equals that. Ooh, actually, that's what I need to do. We do that, and then we do NPC. No. NPC nav agent target position equals get rid of all that. Going up here, pop new there, get rid of that. If the nav agent is navigation finished, and that, no. If navigation's finished, then what we do is browse time equals, what are we making right now? Currently, I'm working on a behavior tree for our NPCs. So this thing here, it's just going to be our logic loop for our NPCs to decide what they're going to do. We're making a shop sim. So it's going to be bobblehead focused. And you buy bobbleheads and accessories for bobbleheads and comics and posters and plushies and stuff like that. And you sell those to the NPCs that come into the store. And then occasionally, every now and then, one of the bobbleheads comes to life. And you've got to deal with the bobblehead that's come to life. You know? Yeah. Make sure it doesn't scare the customers and get you negative reviews and stuff like that. What are your thoughts on low-level programming? It's good. Low-level programming is good. The more time you spend doing low-level programming and learning how to do things in low-level programming, often you become a better developer as a part of that, because you're not relying on an engine or a framework or something like that to do the complex stuff for you. So for example, if I wanted to do a basic sort in Godot on an array, I can just do array.sort sort of thing. For a more low-level language like C, I would have to implement the sort logic myself. Thus, I need to actually learn how to do that, and then I become a better developer because I understand what the logic of a sort function is. Right now, you're implementing linked lists in x86-64 in assembly. And doing a linked list in assembly would be fun. I've tinkered with a little bit of assembly, but not too much. I wouldn't even know where to start with that. But that sounds like it'd be a great challenge. Very fun indeed. Min browse time, max browse time. You have a basic linked list creator, now making some functions to work with them. Yeah, nice. Very nice. We had that demotivational quote last week. Use the exact same sentence to my mum in the argument. Mutual consistence between all those situations is you. Yeah. It's a good one. It's a good one. We do that, and we do... We return... So I don't need to do anything with that. Just go... if that... I sound just like my father, always complaining about what she does. Like, if multiple people are complaining about what you do, maybe there's a problem. You know? Yeah, just maybe. Just maybe. The navigation finishes. We go into browse. We set the browse time. And what we can do, here we can return a status running. Because we don't need to progress any further. We don't need anything else to do. Jesus Christ, that's a wall of text. Throughout history, many of the greatest geniuses were misunderstood and even despised in their own time. Their ideas challenged the status quo, disrupted established beliefs, and threatened powerful interests. Society often resisted change and reacted with skepticism, fear, or outright hostility. Only with the passage of time, once their contributions had proven undeniable, were these visionaries finally recognized and celebrated for their groundbreaking achievements. G'day, you dunt. How are you doing, Travis? What's going on? Everyone check out Travis. I'm doing amazing, Travis. So, right here, we have someone making a fantastic game engine in C with Vulkan. It's excellent. I need to show you something, actually, Travis. So, Blender. They have Vulkan support officially now. They have Vulkan support officially. If I switch into this viewport shading mode, alright, look how smooth. Look how smooth this thing is. Look how smooth it is to move around with viewport shading. Alright? Look at that. Smooth. Now, if I go into preferences, I change that to OpenGL, and we restart Blender. Look at how jolty OpenGL is. Vulkan for the win. Oh. It's so funny. It's so funny to just see how much better it is. It shouldn't be that far. I know, right? Fair. If we go into shading here, so this is it with the shading tab. So this is like lighting and everything being done. Like if you see I got shadow over there and stuff, you got shadows down here and whatnot. So like it translates into the shading. It translates into the shading tab, which is just this, the viewport shading stuff. But it's so smooth. So smooth. I'm actually looking forward to adding Metal backend to my engine, because I've heard this before. OpenGL and Vulkan are terrible. Apple Metal so much better and faster. I've posted and ran. Yeah, you better run Escamina. Saying Apple is good. Ugh. Ugh. Yucky. Yucky. Yeah, I just wanted to show you that. I thought that was funny. When I did the testing yesterday and I was like, Jesus Christ, that's an improvement. Like, I didn't expect it to be that much better. Like maybe it's just the OpenGL stuff running on a Linux machine. Yeah. Because like it's using my AMD GPU, the 7900 XTX. So it's definitely not a GPU limitation for the OpenGL stuff. Like, goddamn. Crazy. Crazy. What was the last OpenGL version? OpenGL releases. Current OpenGL versions. This is for shading language and GLX specifications. That was May 2022. Does that give you an answer? It just makes me think their OpenGL layer is widely inefficient, to be honest. Possibly. Very possibly. Like, that could be. It could be that they haven't really been working on updates to the OpenGL layer side of things because they've been focused on implementing the Vulkan support rollout. In 2017, Kronos Group announced that OpenGL ES would not have new versions and has since concentrated on development of Vulkan and other technologies. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I imagine Blender hasn't really been, for the last couple of years, worrying about updating OpenGL stuff, but instead getting the Vulkan stuff to be functional and compatible so that they can roll that out. But yeah, that's amazing. I don't care though. My Blender
Bro, I
works
just
a
bought
lot
a Windows
faster.
activation key for £1. That's crazy.
Why? Why? You just wasted £1. To be honest, at some point GPU is just going to translate GL to Vulkan anyways at the driver level. I mean, yeah, but if we can get rid of that, if we can not worry about having the GPU translate.
The dark mode was burning my eyes.
If it's not already done at some level. I would imagine it's done at some level, but if we can eliminate that stuff and just have it as Vulkan and not worry about translating GL to Vulkan.
The light mode was burning my eyes,
Yeah.
so I netted dark mode.
You netted dark mode. Why did you ned the dark mode? OpenGL won't be killed off anytime soon. Can you imagine how much legacy stuff would break if GL was killed off? Oh no, I'm not saying we should kill it off now. I'm saying it would be great if we could, because that means you don't need to worry about the GPUs having to do this OpenGL to Vulkan translation stuff. Because that just adds overhead.
Kill OpenGL.
Like-
Burn it just like Flash.
I doubt it will happen in the next 10, 20 years. Yeah, it won't. It won't. It's the same with everything with technology. Is something becomes so core to systems at one point in time, and then the systems that are built using that become core to everything that's used in everyday life, like air traffic control systems and stuff like that, that we end up using those for the next 40 years, even after it's gone out of end of life and no one
Letting
gets
the demons
updates
out,
or
I feel
anything.
like I'm going to be a £100,000 in debt. It was a strange thing. Pause there. Use Sally like £100. So yeah.
What?
Flash made my childhood happy. Do not talk about it like that, my Coral.
I think of medical imaging software, for example, not even just game-related stuff. Yeah, not even game-related stuff. There's air traffic control systems still running on Windows NT. There's so many systems out there that run on severely outdated technology. It's like we should probably figure out a way to not worry about this stuff. Windows NT, so good. Fair. There's a lot of stuff that's going to keep using it
Windows
forever.
keys are like £100, so yeah, I'm worried I'ma get scammed, but trust Piold was saying it's 5-star.
Yeah, true. True. Had to interface with a system that ran on HP 3000 from the 70s, written in COBOL. Ugh. This was 2015. As far as I know, it's still running too. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised. Just download the new version of Windows NT on archive.org. Legacy stuff never dies completely. Yeah. It's just what happens. That's just what happens. So, what? We have... I need to put the logic in here for movement. Nav agent, movement logic here. COBOL's legit though, to be honest, when it comes to number crunching. True. I know the company I work for is making me roll out Windows 11 because 10 is ending soon. I told them, but the government is using NT for national security. I mean, at some point, if you're using an operating system that is so old that requires hardware that no one can get their hands on, you're pretty secure. The big question is, NT 3.5 or NT 4? That's a good point. That is a good point. We should all roll back to XP, to be honest. Nah, McCory. Nah, we should roll back to like Debian 6. Yeah. Good old days. I have a machine here with Windows XP Service Pack 3 Mega Codec pack installed. Yuck. Quite liked Windows 2000. It was good. For Windows, that is. That's true. That's true. I think my first Windows I used was 98. No, 95. Windows 95. Debian 6? I said that old school. I do remember someone trying to make an argument that Windows is more secure than Debian. Was it Windows versus Debian security flaws? Which one was it?
A user's system is only as secure as its user.
No, like they compared the number of vulnerabilities. They compared the number of vulnerabilities to each other. I forget where it was. I forget which one it was. But it was like all of the different Debian versions since 2000 through to 2020. And all of the different Windows operating systems. Not the server operating systems. Not Windows Server. Just Windows up to from 2000 to 2020. And they're like, so as you can see, Debian over all these versions has had like 18,000 or 1,800 security vulnerabilities, like critical vulnerabilities, and Windows has only had 1,400 across its 4 versions. And it's like, yeah, but you're not taking into account all of the Windows Server ones. All right, you're not taking into account the 15 versions of Windows Server you've released. And they're going to have their own unique security issues. Because Debian's being used for server stuff as well as regular desktop stuff. So if you're going to make the comparison, do it properly. It's like, if you take into account all the Windows Server stuff, it jumps up to like 3,000 for Windows. It's like, yeah! Taking into account how many people used cracked Windows with backdoors and how many bugs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All the security issues they bring in themselves by using bootlegged versions of Windows. Nah. It was a funny comparison. A funny comparison. Didn't Windows balk 99% of the world a while ago? Probably. Probably. I would not be surprised. If you wouldn't trust a broken window in front of your house, why have a broken Windows in your PC? Because the Vista. Alright. Alright. I think tonight we're going to implement this nav agent movement logic here. I'm going to validate if there's anything else I need to do. Oh, that's what I need to add here. NPC nav agent target position.
Extends behavior. Is behavior custom?
There we go. Behavior is custom. Behavior is custom. So if the nav agent is finished, we go in here and we reset this and we tell this. Oh, actually, no. If nav agent's finished moving, we set the browse time to that. If the nav agent is not finished moving, I can take these 3 lines. I'll pop them up here. No. So I'm forgetting something that I need to set up here. There's something I need to put in here, but I've forgotten it completely. My brain's closed for the time being. Alright. We're going to raid out. We will raid out. I will be back in 5 hours for some more. Let's see. Let's go. You know what? Let's raid Scary as well. Scary. Oh, actually. Only thing I disliked was how far they got into Twitter designers. What? Back in 5 hours. Boso Mo. Correct. We'll do. We're gonna raid this one here. We're gonna raid bears. Good timing for me, actually. Have a good one, you get on. No worries, Travis. Have a good one. Actually, have you just started? Back in 5 hours to do some more of this. Hopefully get this state machine stuff or behavior tree. I want to get this loop finished and moving on to the next part, which will be checking out and like going to the cash register and all that. Hopefully we can get that done tonight. G'day, Abnormal. You stream tomorrow? Good. I will see you tomorrow in that case. Raid message. Raid message is very standard. I will dismiss those or snooze those ads. G'day, yeah, good dunce. There's the message. If you don't have the emotes, just say g'day, you dunce. Yeah, bedtime for me. See you in 5 hours. I'll see you in 5 hours, Sammy. I'm gonna make a bunch of shorts. Yay. Alright, see yous in a few hours, you good dunce.